Hare Krishna everyone. Today I'll be playing Radha Krishna Bol Bol Bolo Rishabhai. Please forgive me if I make any mistakes. Hare Krishna. Radha Krishna Bol Bolo Bolo Rishabhai. এই শিক্ষা দিয়া স্বপ্ন দিয়া পিছে নেচে গর্ণিতার এই শিক্ষা দিয়া স্বপ্ন দিয়া পিছে নেচে গর্ণিতার রাধা কৃষ্ণ বল বলো বলো রে সবাই মায়ার বসে যাচ্ছ ভেসে করছ হবু দুবুবাই নিচে মায়ার বসে যাচ্ছ বেশে কচ হবু দুবুবাই রাধা কৃষ্ণ বল বলো বলো রে সবাই কৃষ্ণ দাসে বিশ্বাস করলে তু আর দুঃখ নাই কৃষ্ণ বলবে যাবে পুলা খবে কল চড়বে আনি বলি তাই রাধা কৃষ্ণ বল বলো বলো রে সবাই রাধা কৃষ্ণ বলো সঞ্জয় কলো এই মাত্র ভিক্ষা চায় জয় সকল বিপদ ভক্তি বিনোদ বলো যোগ্য নাম গায় রাধা কৃষ্ণ বল বলো বলো রে সবাই রাধা কৃষ্ণ বল বলো বলো রে সবাই শিক্ষা দিয়া স্বপ্ন দিয়া পেছে নেচে গর্ণিতায় এ শিক্ষা দিয়া স্বপ্ন দিয়া পেছে নেচে গর্ণিতায় রাধা কৃষ্ণ বলো বলো রে সবাই মিছে মায়ায় বসে যাচ্ছ বেশে করছ হপু দুবু পায় জীব কৃষ্ণ দাস এ বিশ্বাস করলে তো আর দুঃখ নাই রাধা কৃষ্ণ বলো বলো রে সবাই কৃষ্ণ বলবে যাবে পুলক হবে এ জ্বলবে অনেক বলিতায় কৃষ্ণ বলবে যাবে পুলক হবে জ্বলবে অনেক বলিতায় রাধা কৃষ্ণ বলো বলো রে সবাই রাধা কৃষ্ণ বলো সঞ্জয় চোদো এই মাত্র দীক্ষা চায় জয় সকল বিপদ ভক্তি বিনোদ বলো চোখ নাম গায় জয় সকল বিপদ ভক্তি বিনোদ বলো চোখ নাম গায় রাধা কৃষ্ণ বলো বলো রে সবাই হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sachi, Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sachi. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. श्री श्री गोदानिताई मायपुर सच्ची की, श्रीमती राधा रानी की, श्रीला प्रभुपाद की, ताई गौर प्रेमानंदे.
Bhakta Sattvic ki. Isn't he such a sweet devotee, huh? Look at his kirtan, more melodious and sweet than Bengali Rasagulla. Oh. He's blessing us through his kirtan. Such a beautiful boy. So, Satwik, could we request you to read the translation, please? You start and then you can pass on the mic, huh?
Take it.
Chant, chant, Radha Krishna, everyone chant. When Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda came dancing through Nadia, they gave these teachings. Chant, chant, Radha Krishna, everyone chant. You are caught up in a whirlpool of senseless action and are sinking lower and lower. Chant, chant, Radha Krishna, everyone chant. If you understand that the spirit soul is the internal servant of Krishna, you will never have any more sorrows. Chant Hare Krishna and your eyes will fill with tears and your body will feel transcendental shivering. Chant, chant Radha Krishna, everyone chant. Simply chant Radha Krishna and join us. Those are the only alms we beg. Chant, chant Radha Krishna, everyone chant. All dangers will be gone when that name is chanted, says Bhaktivedanta Thakur. Chant, chant Radha Krishna, everyone chant.
Okay, now we have Bhaktin Avni singing Jai Radhe Jai Krishna for the pleasure of the lordships and the devotees.
जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपी नाथ मदन मोहन जय जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपी नाथ मदन मोहन श्यामा कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन कालिंदी जमुना जय जय महावन Giri Govardhana Jaya Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavana Giri Govardhana Keshi Ghata Bamshi Bata Dwadashakanana Jaha Sabalila Kailashi Nandanandana Keshi Keshi Ghata Bamshi Bata Dwadashakanana Keshi Ghata Bamshi Jaha Sabalila Kailashi Nandanana Jaha Sabalila Shinanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopagana Shinanda Jashoda Shinanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopagana Shinanda Shridamadi Jaya Jaya Dhenu Vatsagana Shridamadi Shridamadi Jaya Jaya Dhenu Vatsagana Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtida Sundari Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtida Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Viranagari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Viranagari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya 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 Gopishwara Vrindavana Majha Jaya 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 Gopishwara Vrindavana Majha Jaya 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 Krishna Sakha Bhattu Dvijara Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Bhattu Dvijara Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Bhattu Dvijara Jaya Rama Ghata Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Vishnu मेरा टाइम खत्म भक्ति जहारा पहला गोविंदा चराना जय जय वृंदावन वासी जाता जाना जय 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 द्विज पत्नी जय नाग कन्या गाना जय द्विज पत्नी जय द्विज पत्नी जय नाग कन्या गाना जय भक्ति जहारा पला गोविंदा चराना जहारा शिराशा मंडला जय जय राधेश्याम जय जय राशा लीला सर्व मनोरमा Jaya Jaya Vala Rasa Sarva Rasa Sara Jaya Jaya Dwala Parakiya Bhave Jaha Prajite Prachara Shri Janava Pada Padma Koriya Smarana Shri Janava Dina Krishna Dase Kae Nama Sankirtana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Jaya Radhe Shri Govinda Gopi Natha Jaya Mahavana Shri Govinda Gopi Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Jaya Radhe Shri Govinda Gopi Natha Madana Moana Shri Govinda Jaya Radhe 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 श्रीमती राधा रानी की जय All glories to Radha and Krishna and the divine forest of Vrindavan. All glories to the three presiding deities of Vrindavan, Shri Govind, Gopinath, and Madan Mohan.
Okay, maybe Haridarshan, you want to read next, right? Because you are so insisting.
All glories to Shama Kunda, Radha Kunda, Govardhan Hill and the Yamuna River Kalindi. All glories to the great forest known as Mahavana, where Krishna and Balaram displayed all of their childhood pastimes. All glories to Keshi Ghata, where Krishna killed the Keshi demon. All glories to Vamshivata tree, where Krishna attracted all the gopis to come by playing his flute. All glories to the 12 forests of Raja. At these places, the son of Nanda, Sri Krishna, performed all of his pastimes.
All glories to Krishna's divine father and mother, Nanda and Yashoda. All glories to the cowherd boys, headed by Sridham, the older brother Srimati Radharani and Ananga Manjari. All glories to the cows and calves of Vraja.
All glories
To Radha's divine father and mother, Vrishbhanu and the beautiful Kirtida. All glories to Pauranmasi, the mother of Sandipni Muni, grandmother of Madhumangal and Nandimukhi, and beloved disciples of Devrishi Narada. All glories to young cowherd maidens of Raja.
All glories to Gopishvara Shiva, who resides in Vrindavan in order to protect the holy Dhamma. All glories to Krishna's funny Brahmana friend Madhumangala.
All glories to Ramagata, where Lord Balarama performed this rasa dance. All glories to Lord Balarama, the son of Rohini. All glories to all the residents of Vrindavana.
All glories to the wives of the proud Vedic Brahmanas. All glories to the wives of the Kalya serpent. Through pure devotion, they all obtained the lotus feet of Lord Govinda.
All glories to the place where the Rasa dance of Sri Krishna was performed. All glories to Radha and Shama. All glories to the divine Rasa dance, which is the most beautiful of all Lord Krishna's pastimes.
All glories to the mellow of conjugal love, which is the most excellent of all rasas and is propagated in Vraja by Sri Krishna in the form of divine Parakiya Bhava, Paramo love.
Remembering the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda's concert, Sri Jahanava Devi, this very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna, sings the Sankirtana of the holy name.
Right there. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Damodara Rati Varadhana Veshe. Harini Skuta Vrinda Vipineshe. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Vrishabhanodadi Navashashi Lekhe. Lalita Sakhi Guna Ramita Vishakhe. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. राधे जय जय माधव दैते करुणां करुमै करुणा भरिते सनक सनातन वरणित चरिते राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव दैते गोकुल तारुणि मण्डल महिते गोकुल तारुणि मण्डल महिते राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव स्वामी शाके राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव दैते करुणां करुमै करुणा भजिते सनक सनातन वरणित चरिते राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव दैते गोकुल तारुणि मण्डल महिते राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव दैते श्री नाम संकीर्तन की जय।
Ready? Read translation first one. Okay, Arori read. Arori.
Take this mic.
O Radhe, O beloved of Madhava, O O you are who are worshipped by all the young girls of Gokul. All glories unto you. All glories unto you.
You who dress yourself in such a way as to increase Lord Damodara's love and attachment for you, O Queen of Vrindavana, which is the pleasure grove of Lord Hari.
O new moon that has arisen from the ocean of King Vrishabhanu, O friend of Lalita, O you who make Vishaka loyal to you due to your wonderful qualities of friendliness, kindness, and faithfulness to Krishna.
O you who are filled with compassion, O you whose divine characteristics are described by the great sages, Sanaka, and Sanatana. O Radha, please be merciful to me.
Bhaktin Vedehi ki. Lots of Krishna consciousness to learn from these children. Hope their parents are learning.
Kalindira kule kali kadambira vana Ratana bedira upar Bosabo jana Radha Krishna Prana Mora Jugala Kishora Shama Gori Ange Divo Chamarara Chamara Dula Bokabe Hari Mukha Chandra Radha Krishna Prana Mora Jugala Kishora Gatia Mala Termala Dibodo Hagale Adare Tulia Dibo Karpura Tambule Radha Krishna Prana Mora Jugala Kishora Lalita Vishakari Jata Saki Brinda Agnaya Kuribo Seba Charanara Vrinda Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Dasaranudasa Seva Abhilasha Kore Narottama Dasa Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora
Bhaktin Vidya ki.
The divine couple, Shri Radha and Krishna, is my life and soul. In life or death, I have no other refuge but them. In a forest of small kadamba trees on the bank of the Yamuna, I will seat the divine couple on a throne made of brilliant jewels. I will announce their dark and fair forms which salad sandalwood paste scented with chuya, and I will fan them with a chamara whisk. Oh, when will I behold their moon-like faces? After stringing together garlands of malati flowers, I will place them around their necks, and I will offer tambula scented with karpura on their lotus mouths. With the permission of all the Sakis, headed by Lalita and Vishaka, I will serve the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. Narottama Dasa, the servant of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu, longs for this service to the divine couple.
Haribol. Yeah. Haribol. Tell you something, it is no secret that Vidya and Shriram actually got their parents' initiated. This is what I feel, isn't it? Vidya and Shriram got Alpitwani and Ram Lakshman Prabhu advancing Krishna consciousness. Haribol.
Hare Krishna. The next part of the program is 108 names of Srimati Radharani. This is quite very special, and this day we would like to recite them. And this is written by Sri Raghunatha Dasa Goswami. Aliptavani, my wife is going to read them in Sanskrit, and then we would like to take this opportunity for everyone to read the equivalent translation in English. So we will pass around the mic. Say, for example, the first name we are going to read is Radha, and the translation is Radha itself, but you'll have different translations going on. She's Sanskrit name will be displayed. Okay, thank you.
Hare Krishna. Srimati Radhika Stotra. This is 108 names of Srimati Radharani, which we will all recite together today for the pleasure of Radharani on this auspicious Radhastami. This is written by Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. So I will chant the Sanskrit names and we can pass the mic around. So if I say Radha, we can read the meaning of the name. Each one of us can join me and we can chant the 108 names. So I will chant with the first name, Radha.
Do you want to explain?
Situation, yeah. So before we chant the names, we will read. Prabhu, could you please scroll to the first page, even before? You can even, yeah, thank you. We will read the translation first so that we can understand this. Some maid servant, unable to find her mistress, has fallen on the bank of the Radhakunda, crying in great anxiety. Being very eager to take exclusive shelter of her lotus feet, glorifying her by singing the following names of her mistress. अविक्षत्मेश्वरि कश्चित् वृन्दावनमहेश्वरीं तत्पदम्बोजमत्रैक गति दश्यति कतरां पतित तत्सरस्तिरे रुदत्यार्तक्रवकुलं तच्छ्रीवक्त्रेशन वप्यत्वक्तयी नमन्येत निसञ्जगो. So we will begin now chanting the names. So we can please pass the mic around and we can chant the English translations. Number 1, Radha.
Radha.
Gandharvika. Gandharvika, she who is expert in singing and dancing. Gosthaiva Rajaika Kamita. The only girl desired by the prince of Raja. Gandharva Radhika. So, someone could please read the translation.
Who is worshipped by the Gandharva angels.
Jai. Chandra Kantir.
Whose luster is like the moon.
Madhava Sangini.
Who accompanies the moon. The Madhava.
Damodaradvaita Saki.
Damodara's unraveled girlfriend.
Kartikot Kirti Deshwari.
The queen who bestows fame on the Kartikaman.
Mukunda Daita Vrinda Dhammila Mani Manjari.
The crushed jewel of Mukunda's lady friends.
Bashkaro Pashika.
Who worships the sun.
Varsha Banavi.
Who belongs to Krinch Vishwaranu.
Vrasha Bhanuja.
Ananga Manjari's older sister.
Ananga Manjari. Jeshta Sridama.
Sridama's younger sister.
Varajottama.
The greatest.
Kirtida Kanyaka.
Kirtida's daughter.
Madhusneha Piyusha Putrika.
Who is the nectarian object of her mother's affection.
Vishaka Savaya.
Who is of the same age as Vishaka.
Preshta Vishaka Jivitadika.
Who is dearer than life to Vishaka.
Pranadvitiya Lalita.
Who is none other than Lalita's very life.
Vrindavana Vihari. Lalita Prana Laksaika Raksha.
Who saves Lalita's life lakhs of foreign times.
Vrindavaneshwari.
Queen of
Vrindavan.
Rajendra Grihini Krishna Praya Sneha Niketanam.
Who is as dear to Mother Yashoda as Krishna.
Vrajago Gopa Gopali Jiva Matraika Jivanam.
Who is the only life for the cows, cowherd men and cowherd girls of Raja.
Sneha Rajendra.
Who is the object of King Nanda's affection.
Vatsalachita Purvaja.
Who gets parental affection from Balaram.
Govinda Pranayadra Shurabhi Sevon Sukha.
Who is the object of Govinda's love. Govinda is eager to serve his Surabhi cows.
Dhrita Nandishwara Shema Gamanot Kanti Manasa.
who is very eager to go to the Nandisvara for serving Krishna,
Swadehadvaita Drishta Dhanishta Dhyeya Darshana.
who is regarded as a none different from her, then is seen her meditation, and is in Yashoda's mind servant.
Gopendra Mahishi Pakasala Vedi Prakashika.
Who is seen in the mother Yashoda's kitchen,
Ayur Vardha Karadhana.
whose cooks reign increase Krishna's life,
Rohini Gratha Mastaka.
whose head is smelled by Rohini,
Subala Nyashta Sarupya.
who has bestowed from equals to hears to
Subala Priti Toshita.
Subala,
Mukhara Drik Sudanaptri.
who is nectar to Makara,
Jatila Drishti Bashita. Madhumangala Narmokti Janita Smita Chandrika.
One who smiles gleams after hearing Madhu Mangala's joke.
Paurnamashi Bahi Kelat Prana Panjara Sarika.
The she parrot of whose heart is caught in Purnamashi's cage,
Swaganaidvaita Jivatu Sviyahankara Vardhini.
who is the only life of her friends,
Swaganopendra Padabja.
who increases the pride of her relatives,
Sparsha Lambhana Harshini.
who is very happy to touch Upendra's feet with her friends,
Sviya Vrinda Vanodayana Paliki Krita Vrindaka. Nyatha Vrindathavi Sarvalata Tharu Mrigadvija. Isa Chandana Samgrishta Nava Kashmira Deha Ba. Jva Pushpa Prita Haripatta China Anurambara. Taranabja Thala Jyotir Arunakrita Bhutala. Harichitta Chamatkari Charu Nupara Nikshvana. Krishna Shranti Harasroni Pita Valgita Gantika. Krishna Sarvasva Pinodyat Kuchanshan Mani Mallika. Nanaratnolashad Sankashuda Charu Bhujadvaya. Shaman, sorry, did I miss something? 52. Shamantaka Mani Brajan Mani Bandati Bandura. Varna Darpana Jyotir Ullangi Mukha Mandala. Pakkadadima Bijaba Dantar Kritsa Gavik Chuka. Abjaragadi Shrishtabja Kalika Karna Bhushana. Saubhagya Kajjalan Kakta Netranandita Kanjana. Shuvrata Mauktika Mukta Nasika Tila Pushpika. Sucharu Navakasturi Tilakanchita Balaka. Divya Veni Vinirduta Keki Pincha Varastuti. Netranta Sara Vidvak Krita Chanurajidriti. Spuratkaishora Tarunya Sandhi Bandhura Vigraha. Madavolasha Ko Matta. Pikoru Maduraswara. Pranayuta Satapreshta Madavo Kirti Lampata. Krishna Tarangodya Smita Piyusha Budbuda. Kunjibuta Jagallaja Vaidagdi Digda Vigraha. Karuna Vidrava Deha Murtiman. Madhuri Gatha. Jagat Gunavati Varga Giyamana Gunochaya. Satyadi Subhaga Vrinda Vandya Manuru Shaubhaga. Veena Vadana Sangeeta Rasalasya Visharada. Narada Pramukhodikita Jagat Annadi Sadyasham. Govardhana Guhagehi Grihini. Kunja Mandana. Chandamsu Nandini Baddha Bhagini Bhava Vibrama. Divya Kundalata Narma Sakya Dhamma Vibhushita. Govardhana Dharaldi Sringara Rasa Pandita. Girindra Dhara Vaksha. Shri Shankachudari Jeevanam. Gokulendra Sutta Prema Kama Bhupendra Pattanam. Vrisha Vidvamsha Narmokti Swa Nirmita Sarovara. Nijakunda Jalakrida Jita Sankarsananuja. Muramardhana Matheba Vihara Mrita Dirgika. Girindra Dhara Parindra Rati Yudhoru Simika. Swatanu Saurabonmatti Kritta Mohana Madhava. Dor Mullo Chalana Krida Vyakuli Krita Keshava. Nijakunda Tati Kunja Klipata Keli Kalodhyama. Divyamalli Kullolasi Sayya Kalpita Vigraha. Krishna Vama Bhuja Nyashta Charu Dakshina Gandaka. Savya Bahulata Bhaddha Krishna Dakshina Sadbhuja. Krishna Dakshina Charura Shlishta Vamoru Rambika. Girindra Daradrik Vakshor Mardi Sustana Parvata. ಗೋವಿಂದಧರ ಪಿಯೂಷ ವಸಿತಧರ ಪಲ್ಲವ. ಸುಧಸಂಚಯ ಚರುಕ್ತಿ ಸಿತಲಿ ಕೃತ ಮಾಧವ. ಗೋವಿಂದೋದ್ಗಿರ್ನ ತಂಬೂಲ ರಗ ರಜ್ಯತ್ ಕಪೋಲಿಕ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸಂಭೋಹ ಸಫಲಿ ಕೃತ ಮನ್ಮಥ ಸಂಭವ. ಗೋವಿಂದ ಮರ್ಜಿತೋಡಮ ರತಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ವಿನ್ನ ಸನ್ಮುಖ. ವಿಶಾಖ ವಿಜಿತ ಕೃದ ಸಂತಿ ನಿರ್ಧ್ರಲು ವಿಗ್ರಹ. ಗೋವಿಂದ ಚರಣ ನ್ಯಷ್ಟ ಕಯ ಮನಸ ಜೀವನ. ಸ್ವಪ್ರನರ್ ಬುಧ ನಿರ್ಮಂಚ್ಯ ಹರಿಪದ ರಜಖನ. ಅನುಮತ್ರಚ್ಯುತ ದೃಶ ಸಂಯಮನ್ಮ ಲೋಚನ. ನಿತ್ಯ ನೂತನ ಗೋವಿಂದ ವಕ್ತ್ರ ಶುಭ್ರಂಶು ದರ್ಶನ. ನಿಶಿಮ ಹರಿ ಮಾಧುರ್ಯ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ದೇಕ ಭೋಗಿನಿ. ಸಪತ್ನ್ಯ ಧಮ ಮುರಳಿ ಮತ್ರ ಭಗ್ಯ ಕತಕ್ಷಿಣಿ. ಗಂಧ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬಲಕೃದ ಜೀತ ವಂಸಿ ವಿಕರ್ಷಣಿ. ನರ್ಮೋಕ್ತಿ ಚಂದ್ರಿಕೋತ್ಫುಲ್ಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಕಂಬಡಿ ವರ್ಧಿನಿ. ವ್ರಜ ಚಂದ್ರೇಂದ್ರಿಯ ಗ್ರಮ ವಿಶ್ರಮ ವಿದುಸಲಿಕ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸರ್ವೇಂದ್ರಿಯೋನ್ಮದಿ ರಥೇತ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಯುಗ್ಮಕ. ಇದಂ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಧಿಕ ನಾಮ್ನಂ ಅಸ್ತೋತ್ರ ಸತೋಜ್ವಲಂ ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಧಲಂಬಕಂ ನಮಸ್ತೋತ್ರಂ ಚರು ರಸಯನಂ ಯೋದಿತೆ ಪರಮ ಪ್ರೀತ್ಯ ದಿನ ಕತರ ಮನಸ ಸ ನಥಂ ಅಚಿರೇನೈವ ಸ ನಥಂ ಇಕ್ಷತೆ ಧ್ರುವಂ. Whoever recites these 108 names of Sri Radha that consists of all beautiful nectarian Radha Nama with great love, humility and eagerness will certainly and swiftly behold her master. Iti Srimad Raghunath Das Goswami Virachita Stavalyam Sri Radhika Stotra Satanama Stotram Sampurnam. Thus ends Srimad Raghunath Das Goswami Sri Radhika 100 names prayers. श्री जय श्री राधा रानी की जय. राधाष्टमी की जय.
अलिप्त वाणी देवी दासी की. Now talk or so Baleshwar Prabhu will take us to Radha Ashtakam now.
Hare Krishna. So, Hare Krishna, this is a very beautiful prayers to come by Srila Krishnadas Viraj Goswami and the Ashtakam for praying of Srimati Radharani. So we'll read the translation first, and then we'll chant the prayers. Her splendorous golden complexion, still the pride of a golden lotus flower anointed with a tinge of red kumkum. Her sweet fragrance mocked the fame of aroma of a lotus flower sprinkled with saffron powder. She is fully qualified to fulfill all the desires of the son of king of the cowherd man. May Shri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
Her amazing and colorful silken garments make the splendor of red coral feel ashamed. She is a garden of blossoming flowers where the maiden bumblebee named Krishna performs amorous pastimes. She worships the sun god daily in order to attain the continual association of her beloved Krishna. May Sri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
Her charming youthful delicacy negates the fame of the freshly sprouted leaves. Her refreshing form is worthy of being served by the cooling moon, sandalwood paste, lotus flowers, and camphor. When she touches the master of the gopis, she dispels the burning heat of his lusty desires. May Sri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
Although the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi Devi, is adored by other youthful goddesses who are themselves glorified throughout the universe, still she is now nowhere near Sri Radhika in the matter of beauty, praiseworthy youthfulness, or other divine feminine opulences. There is no one in the material or the spiritual worlds that is superior to Radhika in the expression of naturally loving pastimes. May Sri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
She is very learned in many transcendental arts, such as performing in the rasa dance, singing, and joking. She is decorated with many divine qualities, such as loving nature, acquisitive beauty, and wonderful garments and ornaments. Even among the cowherd damsels of Raja, who are praised by the entire universe, she is the best in every way. May Sri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
She possesses the opulences of eternal youthful beauty, eternal pastimes, and eternal love for Krishna. Her ecstatic feelings of love for Krishna cause the gopis, who are also in love with Krishna, to tremble. She is always attached to meditating on Sri Krishna's beautiful form, ornaments, garments, and pastimes. May Sri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
She is graced with 8 ecstatic symptoms, sattvic above, such as trembling, perspiring, standing up on bodily hairs, tears, faltering of the voice, and so forth. She is adorned with different ecstatic emotional ornaments such as impatience, joy, contrariness, and so forth. She is decorated with beautiful jewels that give total delight to the eyes of Krishna. May Shri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
If she is apart from Krishna for even half a moment, she becomes stricken and with wretched suffering, restlessness, with a multitude of other ecstatic symptoms of separation. When she regains the association of Krishna after some effort, then all of her anguish immediately vanishes. May Sri Radhika bestow upon me the service of her own lotus feet.
It's very difficult for Parvati and other exalted goddess to attain even a glimpse of Srimati Radharani, who is dear to Lord Krishna. But if someone glorifies her by reciting this 8 verses, then she who is delighted by Krishna's continuous associations will grant the sweet nectar of her personal service to that person, who thereby enters the assembly of her similarly delighted girlfriends.
Hare Krishna. So I'll try to sing this bhajan, this Ashtakam, and the last line of this Ashtakam goes like Mayam Atma Pada Padma Dasya Dastu Radhika. So in that time we'll do recall. So everyone can repeat again with the price. कुङ्कुमात् काञ्चनाब्जगर्भहारि गौरवा पीतनाञ्चिताब्जगन्धकीर्तिनिन्दिसौरभा वल्लवे सूनु सर्ववाञ्छितार्थसाधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका कौरवीन्दकान्तिनेन्दिचित्रपटसाटिका कृष्णमत्तवृङ्गकेलिपुल्लपुष्पवाटिका कृष्ण नित्यसङ्गमात पद्मबन्धुराधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका सौकुमार्य श्रेष्ठपल्लवालिकीर्तिनिग्रहा चन्द्रचन्दनोत्पलेन्दुसेव्य शीतविग्रहा स्वाभिमार्सवल्लभी सकामतापबाधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका विश्ववन्द्ययौवताभिवन्दिता प्रिया रमा रूपनव्ययौवनादिसम्पदानयत्समा शीलहार्दलीलचाचयस्ति नादिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका राशलास्य गीतनर्मसत्कलालिपण्डिता प्रेम रम्य रूपवेश सद्गुणालिमण्डिता विश्वनव्य गोपयोषिदालितोऽपि यादिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका नित्यमह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका नित्यनव्यरूपकेलि कृष्ण भाव संपदा कृष्ण रागवन्द गोपयोत्वतेषु कंपदा कृष्ण रूप वेश केलि लग्न सत्समाधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका श्वेतकम्पकण्ठकासु गद्गदादि सञ्चिता मर्सहर्षवामतादिभावभूषणाञ्चिता कृष्णनेत्रतोषिरत्नमण्डनालिदाधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका या क्षणार्ध कृष्ण विप्रयोग सन्तोदिता नेकदैन्य चापलादि भाव वृंद मोदिता यत्नलब्ध कृष्ण संग निर्गताखिलादिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदास्य दास्तु राधिका अष्टकेन यस्तवानेन नौति कृष्ण बलभाम् दर्शनेऽपि शैलजादियोषिदालि दुर्लभाम् कृष्ण सङ्गनन्दितात्मदास्य सिद्धुभाजनम् तं करोति नन्दितालि सञ्चयासु साजनम्. The first one, please. कुङ्कुमात् काञ्चनाब्जगर्वहारि गौरवा पीतनाञ्चिताब्जगन्धकीर्तिनिन्दिसौरभा वल्लवेश शूनु सर्ववाञ्छितार्थसाधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदाश दास्तु राधिका मह्यमात्मपादपद्मदाश दास्तु राधिका. May Sri Radhika bestow upon us the service of her own lotus feet. Srimati Radharani ki jai.
Okay, Hari Hari. Srimati Radharani ki. Is anyone familiar with this book? Is anyone familiar with this book? Yeah. This is Krishna Sangati. So there was a play, a drama by Rupa Goswami, Lalita Madhava, and Vidagdha Madhava. So this is the Shiva Ramaja has taken this and some other stories, and he's made it more easy for us to understand. So just stick the Vedanta. Can you put the lights on? So this is a story of how Krishna and Radharani got married. Were you aware of that? That Krishna and Radharani got married? Did you know that? No? You knew that, yeah. Enthusiastic. But anyway, he marries them. So is everyone ready? Okay. If anybody wants to take a dive into Radhakund, then we have the water here. You sprinkled on your head. But be careful, you may just be transported to Radhakund and just leave behind your mortal frame, which will no longer be compos mentis as you go into your Swarup in Radhakund. Okay, so this is the story of Krishna marrying the gopis. On the day appointed by Purnamasi, the residents of Braj assembled in the main square of Gokulpati. They were very curious to know the reason for the gathering. The only thing they had heard was that there was joyful news concerning Krishna and Balaram's arrival. But what that joyful news was, they had no idea. Dressed in their finery, riding ornate chariots or bullock carts, the leaders of Vrindavan, along with their principal subjects, arrived shortly after dawn. Maharaj Vrishabhanu and his family from Varshana, the guardians of Nandagram, for Nanda's family had been living in Gokulpati, Abhimanyu and his clan from Yavat, the chieftains of Govardhan town, and of course Nanda Maharaj himself and his family met, embraced, and exchanged words of greetings. Srimati Radharani and all the leaders of the gopis stood shyly in one corner of the square, and Krishna and Balaram, along with their sakas, joked and laughed in the opposite corner. Everyone still with me? Into that festive atmosphere, pregnant with excitement, entered Purnamasi, flanked by Madhumangal and some Brahmins like Nandimukhi. Madhumangal is Purnamasi's grandson. A hush descended upon the square as Nanda Maharaj and his brothers greeted the elderly Brahmani and offered her a seat upon an elevated platform. Purnamasi inquired from Nanda Maharaj, "O king, have all the invitees arrived?" Nanda answered, "Yes, Devi, we recognize all those who have been called." Purnamasi nodded approvingly. "Ah, are Radha and her gopi friends here?" Nanda Maharaj pointed to the auspicious direction where Radha and the other gopis stood. "They are all present," he confirmed. Purnamasi shook her head gently and with a mischievous smile replied, "I do not see all the gopis present." Many guests, especially the gopis, stared as they looked around to see who was missing. "Indeed," continued Purnamasi, "I see that many prominent gopis are absent. They should be requested to come." Braj's kings, who were standing before Purnamasi, cast confused looks at one another, yet they did not dare challenge Purnamasi. "What would you have us do?" Purnamasi replied, "Send your wives to search the houses of the gopis and inform us if any gopis remain in their homes." At Purnamasi's order, the senior women of Braj left the town square and went to the house of Abhimanyu and the other married gopis. While the town square, thronging with brightly dressed Brajvasis, echoed with chatter about Purnamasi's mysterious order, Krishna cast sidelong glances at the gopis, as if to reassure them that the long night of their ordeal was about to come to an end. In a short time, the senior gopis returned breathless and obviously excited about something. Purnamasi inquired, "Well, did you see any gopis in their homes?" One gopi replied, "A most amazing thing has happened. When we went to the homes of the gopis, we found their wives busy with their household chores." Looking warily at Radha and the group of young gopis, another gopi said, "At the house of Abhimanyu, I saw, but afraid to embarrass herself, she was unable to continue." "What did you see?" teased Purnamasi. "Radha," blurted out the gopi. "I saw the same Radha in her home as the Radha I see standing here." The villagers were abuzz with the strange testimony. Then one by one, while pointing to the gopis present, the elderly ladies gave their reports. "I saw this same Padma churning butter in her home, and I saw another Sabya cooking at her stove. See Shamala here? I saw her cleaning her house just a few moments ago, and I saw Badra milking a cow in a barn, but here she is." All the ladies testified that they had seen the same gopis that were huddled together in a corner of the village square in front of everyone, also in their homes engaged in household chores. It was a wonder that quickly ignited a fire of amazement in everyone. Purnamasi instructed the elder gopis to bring those gopis who were still in their homes. At first, the ladies were reluctant, not knowing in what kind of mystery they were being involved. But when reassured by Purnamasi that no harm would befall them, they went to the homes of the gopis and returned with the gopis who they had seen there. When the gopis' doubles arrived, they grouped around Radha's double adjacent to the original gopis. The two groups of gopis looked at one another in amazed silence. Radha exchanged puzzled looks with her double, and then with all the other gopi doubles. Indeed, the entire assembly looked from one group of gopis to the other, and then back to the original group. They were unable to understand from where the second group of gopis had come, and neither could they tell the originals from their lookalikes. In the midst of the confusion that reigned over the Brajvasis, Purnamasi sat in a yogic posture and appeared to enter a deep trance. While the Brajvasis looked on, Purnamasi thought, "If I explain the mystery of the gopis' marriage, most will believe me, but some might not. And the presence of those who are doubtful will dampen the festivity of Krishna's marriage. Thus I shall remove all doubt by manifesting the form of mind that common people worship me as Lord's Maya, as my Lord's Maya." Before the Brajvasis, Purnamasi invoked the presence of the goddess Vishnu Maya, who appeared on the center of the square in a transcendental form with 8 arms. That form of Yoga Maya was all attractive, decorated with flower garlands, smeared with sandalwood pulp, and dressed in costly garments. In her hand she held a bow, trident, arrow, shield, sword, and a conch shell, disc, and club. And from above she was praised and worshipped by celestial beings like Apsaras and Gandharvas. As Yogamaya walked amongst the Brajvasis, her feet never touched the ground. and she appeared to be simultaneously near every person. And when the goddess spoke, each Brajvasi thought that she was speaking directly to him or her. "O mother, father," said Yogamaya, addressing Nanda Maharaj and Mother Yashoda, in whose house she had taken birth along with Krishna. "O people of Braj, please hear me and accept my words as truth." All the Brajvasis folded their hands and offered respects as Yogamaya spoke. "The marriage of the young gopis and gopas never took place. It was an illusion created by me in your dreams, and it was by my power that you accepted that dream as reality." The Brajvasi's initial reaction was skeptical as the goddess went on. "I did this so that later the gopis could actually be married to Krishna. But since the gopis appeared to be married," continued Yogamaya, "I created the double of each of them. It was these lookalikes with whom the gopas stayed. I, who am all-powerful, could not allow the gopis, whom I knew my brother Krishna would accept as wives, to be touched by others. In ancient times, I created doubles of Sita Devi, Samgya, and Rati. In the same way, I created lookalikes of all the young gopis in Vrindavan. Now just say." To prove her statement true, Yogamaya headed the cowering gopi lookalikes into the direction of the original gopis and had the two groups stand beside each other. The shocked audience observed that the two sets of gopis were identical in every way. Yogamaya walked back and forth between the groups of gopis and the Brajvasis, like a narrator introducing the actors of a drama. Whenever the situation required, I would hide or manifest one of these two groups of gopis. For instance, on the night of the Rasa dance in the Sharad season, I manifested the gopis doubles so that the original gopis could meet and dance with Krishna. The gopas thought that although their wives desired to follow the call of Krishna's flute, they continued to remain at home. In fact, the gopis did go to Krishna, and their doubles stayed behind. Yogamaya mystified the Brajvasis with her revelations. It was truly like a stage performance. Yogamaya was like a magician who reveals her sleight of hand to a disbelieving audience. "Now," challenged Yogamaya with a wave of the hand, "now tell me, cowheads of Braj, can you see a difference between these two sets of gopis?" At Yogamaya's invitation, some Brajvasis eyed both sets of gopis carefully, and others came closer to get a better look. The gopis, feeling uneasy being examined, pulled their veils over their faces. Nanda and Yashoda spoke to each other. When glass and jewels appear the same to an untrained eye, they are given to an expert jeweler for evaluation, and the jeweler is himself tested by his analysis. Yes, we have also been ordered to distinguish Radha and her friends from their imitations, and as we are testing them, we too are being tested. Yogamaya asked the individual gopis to be placed side by side. Radha beside the double of Radha, Alita beside the double of Alita, Chandravali beside the double of Chandravali, and so on. Even the gopis in question became momentarily bewildered as to whether they were the originals or they were the lookalikes. When Yogamaya freed the Brajvasis of her bewildering potency, everyone could easily distinguish the real gopis from their lookalikes. The original gopis, by virtue of their matchless qualities radiating from their hearts, appeared distinct from their counterparts. The original gopis loved only Krishna. They never thought of anyone but Krishna as their husband. The gopi lookalikes, however, although created to exactly resemble the gopis, did not have the same love as the original gopis. The lookalikes accepted the gopis as their husbands and served them in that way. Thus the qualities born of a pure love for Hari, such as bodily luster, shine in the eyes, and all attractiveness, which were present in the original gopis, were absent in their lookalikes. The Brajvasis conferred amongst themselves and triumphantly replied, "O goddess, although the moon shines brightly in the sun's absence, when the sun rises in the sky, the moon loses its luster. Similarly, when placed side by side, the original gopis distinguish themselves from their doubles by the luster of their qualities." Seeing both the gopis and their doubles side by side, the Brajvasis were fully convinced of Yogamaya's testimony. In groups, they began to speak of Krishna's marriage to the gopis. Suddenly, everything had become auspicious and effulgent for the gopis. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, but doing both, they looked out through the aperture of their veils and feasted on Krishna, upon Krishna's lotus face. And Krishna, who was beaming with happiness in the midst of his friends, was like a bubbling cloud of bliss resting upon the earth. Nandaraj returned to Yogamaya and said, "Now that you have put us right on the path of happiness, what, O goddess, should we do? Where should the original gopis and their doubles go?" Yogamaya stood before Radha and replied, The original gopis should return to their parental homes, and their lookalikes should rejoin their husbands. Then, at the appropriate time, knowing that the gopis are not married, that they have always remained pure, you should perform Krishna's wedding and bring great happiness to the world. After saying this, Yogamaya cast a glance at Purnamasi, offered pranams to Krishna, and then disappeared. Amazed, the Brajvasis respectfully bowed and shouted, Jai, 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 Jai. Who can describe the happiness of the young gopis, the Brajvasis, and especially Mother Yashoda? All obstacles to Krishna's marriage with the gopis had evaporated like mist in the morning sun. The saga of their troubled love had ended in bliss. Mother Ketidar embraced her daughter. The gopis' parents embraced their daughters, and the gopis embraced Krishna. Following Yogamaya's order, the Brajvasis were preparing to take the gopis home when Radhika, her face calm, her voice solemn, her feet unmoving, spoke on behalf of the gopis. O citizens of Braj, you have heard how we gopis were never married. Radha pointed to the counterpart Radha, standing beside her. It was our doubles who fulfilled the roles of chaste wives. Thus, in loving Krishna, we were never unfaithful to our husbands, nor did we neglect to serve them. In our original forms, we served Hari. Through our doubles, our husbands. Radhika raised her hand as she continued, yet the reputation of the gopis remains stained by past accusations about their character. Is it not true that some of you called us unchaste and even a disgrace to our families? Even some of my friends were jokingly calling me Kalankini, unchaste one. We think that even the testimony of Devi will not free us from such ill repute. Even after today, some of you may give credence to those rumors that will tinge our relationships with Hari and thus his reputation. Therefore, we are prepared not just to return to our parental homes, we desire to first prove our purity. To remove every shadow of doubt, we shall follow Sita Devi's example and submit to a test by fire. At the words test by fire, the Brajvasis all gasped. But Radhika and the gopis were adamant. Having received Purnamasi's assurances earlier, the gopis had prepared themselves for this moment. A gopi handed Radhika a letter in which he prefaced by saying, to prove our purity, let our bodies be placed into fire, and if we are without fault, let cynics also cast their doubts into the flames. We gopis have written a pratigya patra, which I shall now read out for all to hear. In word, thought, deed, in wakefulness and in dream, if we have ever for a moment fallen away from the son of the cowhead king, and let our bodies be turned to ashes in the trial by fire in the assembly of the king. Shall I read on? Radhika's proclamation was met with silence. The elder gopis softly cried. The gopis wrung their hands. How could the happy tidings of Yoga Maya result in such a calamity? The confused Brajvasis were about to turn to Krishna for a solution when the great ascetic Devasa Muni appeared, dressed in tree bark, hair tied upon his head, and after offering him obeisances, the Brajvasis disclosed the gopis' plan to prove their fidelity to Krishna. Devasa looked around, his fiery eyes blazing as he spoke. Why do you doubt the gopis' devotion to Hari? I have told you many times that only he is their husband. Some Brajvasis replied, it is not we, but the gopis who desire to prove their purity in the trial by fire. The Brajvasis shook in fear as Devasa laughed and said, there is no need for such an ordeal, just as there is no need to reheat pure gold. There is no need to test the gopis. Then Devasa looked respectfully in Radhika's direction and added, but if the gopis are determined to be tested by fire, then for that purpose I shall produce a fire by my mystic powers. Devas plucked a hair from his head, and as the Brajvasis cleared a large circle around him, he said, the gopis can only be burned if Krishna has abandoned them, but that can never be. To the contrary, because the flames of Krishna's compassion envelop them, no worldly fire can harm them, whether it be a forest fire, an undersea volcano, the sun, or even Rudra's fire of annihilation. The greatest inferno is impotent in the face of Krishna's protection. Saying this, Devasa threw the hair to the ground and produced a mystic inferno whose flames roared towards the sky. The Brajvasis backed away, scorched by the heat of the fire, but the gopis felt the fire to be like soothing rays of moonlight, and they fearlessly approached it. The Brajvasis tried to check the gopis, but the thunderous crackling of the flames covered their pleas, and its searing heat stopped them from going forward. The gopis turned towards Hari. and offered their pranams. With his names upon their lips, his image within their hearts, one by one, they entered the fire. Srimati Radharani was the first to embrace the flames, her beautiful face peaceful. She stepped forward and gracefully entered the fire. For most of her life, Radha had endured the searing fire of separation from Krishna. What anxiety could she have in immersing her body, already constantly on fire, in a fire of lesser intensity, if by walking through fire, Krishna's association could be hers forever? Then frail Radhika had no qualms about entering into thousands of such fires. When Radha disappeared into the flames, some Brajvasis gasped in horror. Others fainted or fell asleep. But within a moment, her lotus feet not quite touching the ground, Radha serenely came out the other side and waited for her friends. The other gopis followed Radha's lead. Sharing a single-minded devotion, they walked into Devasa's fire and then walked out again. And every Brajvasi saw that not a single hair on their bodies, not a single thread of their garments was singed or even blackened. The gopis were untouched by fire or by smoke. Indeed, they appeared fresher, lovelier, and more youthful than ever before. The fire had borne witness to the purity of the gopis, and their ordeal had merely enhanced their already perfect forms. When the last gopi stepped from the fire, the flames abated and then disappeared, leaving not a mark upon the ground. In the moments of silence that followed, tranquil Durvas offered prayers to Srimati Radharani, bowed before the gopis, and disappeared. Having been vindicated of every possible allegation, the gopis stood in the middle of the square like a cluster of radiant lotuses. Then one by one, those Brajvasis who had doubted the gopis, thought ill of them, or spoken harsh words to them, admitted their mistakes, begged the gopis' pardon, and finally praised their chastity and their character. The gopis were gracious to their former detractors. Since pride could never approach the gopis' hearts, they showed their detractors as much respect as they showed to those who had never doubted them. All apologies having been offered, the Brajvasis then showered the gopis with their love, and that festival of affection washed away the effects of the fearful trial by fire. But in the minds of those who had doubted the gopis, to check the recurrence of such doubts, a faint memory lingered of the trial by fire. Proudly fondled by their parents and soothed by Krishna's unrestrained smiles, the gopis were now restrained by social convention from speaking to Krishna, but they happily returned to their parental homes. Krishna's marriage was a pastime full of wonder, performed exactly according to the tradition of the cowherds, and because Krishna was the beloved hero of Vrindavan and Nanda Maharaj, its king, all of Braj, gopas, gopis, cows, and forest creatures participated and rejoiced in that glorious festival. Some days after the trial by fire, Krishna's engagement to the gopis was formalized. The gopis' family sent gifts to Nanda Maharaj's home, where Yashoda, Nanda, and all the family members floated in ecstasy. And when, upon Rohini Devi's insistence, Balaram's marriage was announced, Braj's bliss increased by the fulfillment of the desires of the gopis attached to Baladev. In the days that followed, Purnamasi continued to personally direct the arrangements for Krishna's marriage. She had expert astrologers set the actual marriage dates and satisfy Nanda Maharaj's inquiries about the timing of the wedding. Nanda Maharaj, who was completely dependent on Purnamasi, asked, "Mother, how can one date be suitable for my son's marriage to so many girls?" Purnamasi replied, "My son, time itself becomes auspicious by the presence of the gopis of Braj. But to answer your question, please note that because the gopis are devoted to Krishna, life and soul, whatever time is suitable for him is also suitable for all of them." Nanda Maharaj had a further question. Since Krishna is to marry thousands of gopis, how will one person be able to simultaneously accept the hand of so many? How will the ceremonies be conducted? Before Purnamasi could reply, Madhu tendered his solution. Krishna should stand by Radha's side, and the flute, Krishna's garlands, his buffalo horn, and all items of his paraphernalia, which are none different from him, will be the proxies with the other gopis. Nanda Maharaj was puzzled by Madhu's answer. Purnamasi shook her head and said, "O king, do not worry. By the same mystic power by which I produce doubles of the gopis, I shall also produce doubles of Krishna at the wedding. But those doubles will be none different from him, and in that way he will personally be by the side of each and every gopi." Purnamasi's powers awed Krishna's parents. Nanda Maharaj joined his palms and expressed his indebtedness to Yoga Maya. "O Devi, whatever good fortune I have obtained in this life has been always due to your kindness. I know that I shall never be able to repay you. My only request is that you accept me as your servant and faithful follower." Purnamasi thought, "Nanda Maharaj is the eternal father of the Lord, my master. I am the one who is greatly fortunate to be able to serve him. She then said aloud, O king, of the two of us, time will decide who is servant of whom. Now we should conclude the arrangements for the marriage. Please request the bride's family priests to offer tilak to Hari. And so it was that after the ritual of offering tilak to the cloud-like groom, and it was completed, the auspicious marriage of Krishna and the gopis commenced. The marriage finally satisfied the intense craving of Nanda and Yashoda to have Radha as their daughter-in-law. Srimati Radharani ki. It satisfied the gopis' desire to have Krishna's unrestricted company. It resolved the embarrassment of Krishna's forbidden love affairs, and in the end, it brought bliss to Braj. As water pouring through open floodgates during a monsoon deluge sweeps away aquatics and inevitably irrigates pastures, Krishna's marriage swept away all anxiety, ushered in festivals of bliss such as the marriages of Balaram, Sridham, and Krishna's other Sakhas, and nourished the hearts of all the Brajvasis. Vrindavan bustled with preparations for Krishna's marriage, and talk of the ceremonies reverberated throughout the towns and glades. The birds in the trees, animals in the forest, cows in the pastures, the Brajvasis in every village, and local Brahmins in every temple and ashram all floated in the current of Radha and Krishna's wedding pastime. It was like a great symphony in which everyone and everything, directed by the conductor Yogamaya, played the instruments of their loving devotional service. Under her guidance, Vrindavan resounded with a concert of bliss, as the sounds of the Brajvasis eagerly making preparations mixed with the sounds of the constant singing of Krishna's pastimes and with the lapping of love's ocean upon everyone's heart. That very melodious symphony brought pleasure to the universe, wherein demigods danced in ecstasy, nature poured forth its bounty, and the hearts of men revelled in peace. The first 2 days comprised of the Adivas ceremony, the preliminary festivals. The homes of the gopis, and especially Nanda Maharaj's home, echoed with the din of celebrations, reflections of the bliss within the hearts of their residents. At this time, Balaram was married, and as Mother Rohini cried streams of happiness, Krishna and his Sakhas rejoiced, and Gokul thundered with cries of Jai Balaram, Jai, Jai. Dressed in blue silks, decorated with countless ornaments, garlanded and crowned, moon-complexioned Balaram defeated the beauty of numberless cupids. At the conclusion of Balaram's wedding, when Krishna embraced his elder brother, some people said, Balaram is even more beautiful than Krishna. Others replied, Ram's beauty is magnified by Krishna's presence. After some discussion, everyone agreed that both brothers were incomparable even to one another. Balaram stood among his gopi brides like the moon basking in its own rays. By seeing the newlyweds, everyone became happy, and that every Brajvasi dreamt of Baladev's glory. That night, everyone dreamt. On the third day, Radha and Krishna were bathed and dressed as befitting the first meeting of the bride and groom. The everyday ornamenting of Radha by her Sakhis and Manjaris, and of Krishna by his friends and servants was always extraordinary. How then can one describe the appearance for the unique occasion of their wedding? If all the beauty, sweetness, and attraction of the world were assembled in one place, it would not match the tiniest fraction of Radha's beauty as she waited for Hari in Vashana, or of Shyam's as he set out from Gokul to claim her. Nearly there, nearly there. Krishna moved at the head of his wedding procession like the crown jewel atop the head of a giant serpent. At his side walked gopis and gopis dressed in their finest. Behind him, cows decorated with garlands and costly blankets. And in front, boys and girls sprinkled rosewater and flower petals. The parents of the other brides songs to which Madhavangal, at the fore of wildly dancing cowherd voice, resounded with great humour. Even Anantadev could not describe the uncountable facets of the wedding ceremony, among which the songs of the gopis stood above all others. And as Purnamasi had promised, when the many beautifully dressed and veiled gopis headed by Srimati Radharani stood in the great hall of King Vrishabhanu, everyone saw Krishna standing beside each gopi. The king of Braj marvelled at Purnamasi's powers, but not once thought that his son was more than a mere mortal. On that day, celestial bliss reigned in the palace of Vrishabhanu. When Krishna and the gopis finally exchanged vows, the tears of the Brajvasis washed the floors and ran down the hills in rivulets of nectar. Radha and Krishna's mutual acceptance as husband and wife was as much an ontological truth as a matter of the heart. She was the primordial potency, he the supreme potent being. In short, they were as inseparable as their eternal identities, as they were in their mutual love. The wedding celebrations continued throughout the night with feasting, singing, and entertainment. So absorbed in bliss were the guests that only when Nanda Maharaj invited the brides and groom to return to his house did anyone notice that dawn had arrived. As Radha and Krishna were preparing to leave, King Vrishabhanu and Mother Kirtidar instructed Krishna how to protect and care for their daughter. Their voices faltering, their eyes constantly shedding tears, the king and queen of Arshana placed Radhika's hand in Krishna's and bade them an emotional farewell. Srimati Radharani ki. Once again, the merry and often boisterous wedding party set out for Gokul. If the previous day's procession was joyous, then today was 100 times more joyous, as it returned with its precious bounty, Radha and the other Gopi brides. As was customary on such occasions, when Krishna arrived at Nanda Maharaj's home, his mother had prepared a great festival in which the village women flooded everyone with a potpourri of charming songs of Krishna's pastimes. Yashoda Devi lovingly greeted her son, and as Krishna introduced his brides, his mother embraced each one of them. But when she saw Radha, her happiness overflowed, and she displayed affection with an intensity matched only by that of her affection for Krishna. Indeed, the villagers commented, it seems Yashoda loves Radha as much as her son, or maybe even more. Krishna's mother was determined that the celebrations at her house would be no less than those of Kirtidas at Vashana. She expertly organized all of Nandagram to receive, serve, and entertain Krishna and his brides. In fact, it seemed that Yashoda was beside every bride simultaneously, as was Krishna during his wedding vows. Indeed, Yashoda seemed to be simultaneously overseeing every service in every room of the palace. And guests marveled at her expertise that she displayed despite the never-ending tears of happiness that flooded her eyes. Following the tradition for receiving a daughter-in-law, every Gopi bride was assigned separate quarters, and each retired to hers with a joyous heart. The not-so-secret dream of Radha shared by Gopi leaders like Tanya and their Gopi friends and the parents of both the Gopis and Krishna had become reality. Krishna's brides were tired from the day's excitement. Before falling to sleep, they talked amongst themselves. Is this not just another of our many dreams about Krishna? Will we not wake up to be alone in a kunj or in our homes? Will our bliss not prove to be a cause of many tears? The Gopis reassured one another by convincing arguments, by feeling the solid walls around them, and by pinching and embracing one another. This time they concluded, we shall not wake up to misery, but to the fifth and final day of our wedding festival. On that final day, Sridham, Subal, and Krishna's other friends were married. Ram and Krishna joyfully attended their Sakha's weddings, embraced their friends, and shared in their happiness. In truth, the Gopis had no desire to marry. They did so only to conform to Krishna's mood and wish. As for the Gopis, Krishna was the only resident of their hearts. Srimati Radharani ki, Gaura Premanandi. Thank you very much. Madhava Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Bharadari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Bharadari. Giri Bharadari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Bharadari. Giri Bharadari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Bharadari. Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Chari Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Bolo Bolo! Whoa! Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Madhava Kunja Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Bharadari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Bharadari. Yashoda Nandana Rajajana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Rajajana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Rajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Oh, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Whoa! Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Whoa! Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Giridharadhare. Bolo bolo. Jaya Gopi Janapalava Giridharadhare. Bolo bolo. Yashodanandana Jaya Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tera Vanachari Yamuna Tera Vanachari Yamuna Tera Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Gopi Janapalava Giridharadhare Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tera Vanachari Yamuna Tera Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Ramo Rama Hare 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 Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, 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 bolo. Oh, oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Good swap. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, 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 bolo. Whoa. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa, bolo, 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 bolo. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Whoa! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo! Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo, 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 bolo. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Whoa, whoa. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Rama, Hare Hare. Nitago Hadibo, Haribo, Haribo, Go Haribo. Nitago Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nitago Haribo, 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 Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Kodanitai, Maya Poshashe, Kodanitai, Maya Poshashe. Jaya Kodanitai, Maya Poshashe, Kodanitai, Maya Poshashe. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nitago Haribo, 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 Haribo. Go! Oh, the Premanande. Shrimati Radharani Ke. Yayom Vishnupad, Paramahamsa Pariraja Acharya, Tadashi Shrimati's Divine Grace. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ke. Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Shri Rupa Shri Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Sri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Raghunath Sadgo Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Prem Sikho Shri Krishna. Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasadi, Gauda Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha, Krishna, Gopa, Gopinath, Shama Kun, Radha Kun, Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Gangamai Jumanamai ki jai. Bhakti Devi Tulsi Devi ki jai. Shri Brihat Madanga, Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai. Shri Kunabhavan Dham ki jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Shrimati Radharani ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanandi Hariva. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. I'd like to sing a bhajan today. I believe it's already been sung today, but I really like this bhajan, so I want to sing it. Please. Radha Krishna Pranamora Yugala Kishora Jivane Marane Gati Krishna Pranamora Yugala Kishora Jivane Marane Gati Nirati Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora Radha Krishna Pranamora Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora Jivane Marane Gati Aronahi Mora Jivane Marane Gati Aronahi Mora Kalindira Kule Keli Kadambe Ravana Kalindira kule keli kadambera vaina. Ratana bedira upar bosa bodu jana. Ratana bedira upara bosa bodu jana. Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora. Jivane marane gati aronahi mora. Syama gori ange divo chandane ragandha. Syama gori ange divo chandane ragandha. Chamara dulabo kabe Hari Mukha Chandra. Chamara dulabo kabe Hari Mukha Chandra. Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora. Jivane marane gati aronahi mora. Ganti amala tirmala Divodo hargale. Ganti amala tirmala Divodo hargale. Adhare tulia dibo Karpura tambule Adhare tulia dibo Karpura tambule Radha Krishna Pranamora Yugala Kishora Jivane Marane Gati Aronahi Mora Lalita Vishakadi Jata Saki Vrinda Lalita Vishakadi Jata Saki Vrinda Agyaye Koriva Seva Charanaravinda Agyaye Koriva Seva Charanaravinda Radha Krishna Pranamora Yugala Kishora Jivane Marane Gati Aronahi Mora Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daseranudasa Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daseranudasa Seva Vilasa Kohen Narottama Dasa Seva Vilasa Kohe Narottama Dasa Radha Krishna Pranamora Yugala Kishora Radha Krishna Pranamora Yugala Kishora Jivane Marane Gati Aronahi Mora Jivane Marane Gati Aronahi Mora Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srimati Radharani ki. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga, Gora Hari, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jaya Gora Hari, Gora Hari, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. 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 Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radha Shyama Sundar, Radha Shyama Sundar, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe Radhe, Jaya Radhe Radhe, Jaya Radha Shyama Sundar, Radha Shyama Sundar Radhe. Nita Gaura Haribo, 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 Nita Gaura Haribo. Nita Gaura Haribo, 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 Nita Gaura Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaura Nityananda Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Nityananda Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Nityananda Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Nityananda Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Nityananda Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Go to Sri Advaita Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Go to Sri Advaita Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Go to Sri Gadadhar Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Go to Sri Gadadhar Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Go to Sri Gadadhar Bo, Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Gaura Shri Shri Vasabo, Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Shri Shri Vasabo, Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Nityananda po, Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Nityananda po, Haribo, Haribo. Gaura Nitai Jaya Mayapur Shashi. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Mayapur Shashi. Shri Shri Gaura Nitai Mayapur Shashi ki. Shri Radhastami Mahamahotsava ki. Nitai Gaura Premanandi.
गौराङ्गेरा रोतिक शोभा जगा जनमारा लोभा जगा जनमारा लोभा जगा जनमारा लोभा Basi ache gaurachan Ratna simhasane basi Basi ache gaurachan Ratna simhasane Arati karena Brahma Adi devagane Arati korena Brahma Adi devagane Narahari adhikari Chamaradulaya Nara Narahari adhikari Chamaradulaya Nara Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Koshadigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Goshadigaya Shankha baje घंटा बाजे बाजे करता ला शंख बाजे करताल शंखा Madhura mridanga baje paramarasala Madhura mridanga baje paramarasala Shankha baje, ghanta baje, madhur, madhur, madhur baje. Shankha baje, ghanta baje, madhur, madhur, madhur baje. Madhur, madhur, madhur baje. Madhur, madhur, madhur baje. Shankha baje, ghanta baje. Madhur, madhur, madhur baje. Bahu koti chandrajini vadana ujwala bahu bahu koti chandrajini vadana ujwala bahu gala deshe bana mala kare jalmala gala deshe bana mala kare jalmala Shiva Shukha Narada Preme Gada Gaida Shiva Shiva Shukha Narada Preme Gada Gaida Shiva Bhakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Bhakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada कि बजायो जायो गौरा चांदे आरती के शोभा शोभा జాహ్నవి తాటవానే జగమనలో బాయాలా జాహ్నవి తాటవానే జగమనలో బా జాహ్నవి తాటవానే జగమనలో బా गौरांगेरा रोदिक शोभा जगा जनमाना लोभा गौरांगेरा रोदिक शोभा जगा जनमाना लोभा जागा जाना माना लोभा जागा जाना माना लोभा गौरांगेरा रोदिक शोभा जागा जाना माना लोभा जय कोडानिताय जय मायापुर शशि जय कोडानिताय जय मायापुर शशि जय जय कोडानिताय जय मायापुर शशि जय कोडानिताय जय मायापुर शशि जय Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya. Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe, Jaya. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sashi, Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sashi, Jaya. Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sashi, Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sashi. Jaya Shri Tulsina, Jaya Shri Tulsina, Jaya Shri Tulsina, Jaya Shri Tulsina. Jaya Shri Tulsina, Jaya Shri Tulsina, Jaya Shri Tulsina, Jaya Shri Tulsina. Jaya Giridhari Lal, Jaya Giridhari Lal, Jaya Giridhari Lal, Jaya Giridhari Lal. Jaya Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sashi, Jaya Kodanitai, Jaya Mayapur Sashi, Jaya Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari
Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya, Tadashi Shimada's Divine Grace, Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Ananta Koda Vaishnavrinda ki jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai, Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Jiva, Gopal Bhatta Raghunath Goswami Prabhupada ki jai, Prem Sikho Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhattavrinda ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Govinda Shamakun Radhikun Giri Govardhana ki jai, Gangama Jumai ki jai, Bhakti Devi Tulsi Devi ki jai, Shri Brihat Madanga Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Shrimati Radharani ki jai, Nita Gauda Premanandi Haribol. All glory is to the Assam devotees, Hare Krishna. All glory is to the Assam devotees, Hare Krishna. All glory is to the Assam devotees. All glory is to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. No.
Hiranyakashipu Vaksha Shilatankana Kalaye Eto Narshima Parato Narshima Yato Yato Yamitato Narshima Bahir Narshimo Didayir Narshimo Narshima Madim Chara Nam Prapadev Namakara Kamala Bare Nakam Habuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Narsimhadev, Jaya Narsimhadev, Jaya Narsimhadev, Jaya Narsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitya Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gora Hari Bol. Rishi Nashim Bhavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Guru Premanande.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you all for coming. We've had a few little problems in the community. Some kids have been coming up and causing damage to the property. So just a general message, if you see any kids hanging around, if you could just video them, the police have asked us to video them, get their images, and we can try and track down where they are. Don't try to approach them or touch them or in any way, but just, and don't engage in any type of conversation. But it's just the problem we're having. We're going to maybe have to look at employing security, and they'll patrol the grounds at a certain point. Property's been damaged already. And those that have cars parked down the bottom, like Leela Manjari, may be an idea for you to keep them up here, out the way. It's up to you. And anyway, on a nicer note, today we had a beautiful festival yesterday. I've never seen Om Sri Om so packed. I don't think we could have physically got any more in than what we did, which was nice. It was very much a family atmosphere. It was nice to be there amongst friends, people we can trust and love, which is nice, and also rare in Kali Yuga. So it's nice to see the family growing. We're all getting, I see the kids now are becoming more kind of at home with everybody as well. We're all like growing up as a family in Krishna consciousness. That's very beautiful to see. So thank you all for being part of the family, and may it grow and get bigger and bigger as the festivals go by. The Harinam yesterday, I've never seen so much participation. Mahavishnu Swami, he does Harinam all around the world. He said he can't believe the rapport with the Scottish people. I mean, they were dancing with us. This man was doing a triple back somersault. They were running up and dancing with us, and you know, there's so much love that they have and warmth they have towards the Hare Krishnas now. Maybe also because we've been doing a lot of free food distribution during the pandemic. Anyway, the word's out on the street that the Hare Krishnas are nice people. They want their kids to get involved as well. And so, yeah, it was nice. I don't know what the benefits are for doing a back somersault on Radhastami, but I think he's shortened his time in the material world by a few million births by doing that. So it was really, really nice. It was nice to have so many people there. I had to nip into Holland Barrett to get something to drink. So when I came out, the Harinam was a little bit further away from me, and it was booming. It was halfway down the street. So when you have that amount of lungs all singing the holy name at the same time, it has a powerful effect on the whole atmosphere, you know. So it's changing the face of the earth, changing the face of the earth. It's a nice song by Madhu Mangal. That's what we're doing. So thank you very much, and hope to see more of you. Shrimati Radharani ki. Go to Premanande. Hari Hari Bo. All of you ki.
If there is anyone new here, just for your information, we have regular programs on Sunday afternoon. There's a Sunday feast. Usually it's between 1:30 and 5:30, but it differs on the festival days. And also when you go out, there is a partnership application. So if you wish to support the temple, please, you're welcome. It starts from £5 a month, or you can do a one-off donation. Without your support, I don't think we can do much. So please help us. Okay, thank you, Hari Bol.